No, didn't fix the background noise. But hey, welcome to everybody over on YouTube. Oops, missed the intro, but here we are. You didn't miss any guests. I frame cynicism as disrespect. Interesting. I wonder if you can tell the difference. I wonder what you think the difference is. Cat's hanging in there. Disrespect is vulgarities, he says. I just dissent from the approach here. I don't think that's what you're doing. I think you know the difference, and you. It's interesting that you think disrespect requires vulgarity. That says a lot. I wonder what you think respect is. Oh, I think I know what I've been doing wrong. Yeah, I mean, not like in the long term. I'm an idiot. But right now, yeah, there we go. Something was just felt a little, like, not quite right. There we go. If you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to shame you or burgle your gods. I really am here just to see if you can question your belief. It's not a trap, not a trick. I know it sounds like it. Sounds like that answer, to question your beliefs, to see if you can. That sounds like maybe I'm setting you up for something, doesn't it? But what if that really is the goal? What if there's nothing behind the curtain other than, a wall? What if I really am telling the truth, that I'm not here to take the God from you. I'm not here to tell you it's wrong or evil or that you're bad or something, whatever it is you're afraid of. What if I'm really just here to tell you that, well, not tell you anything, to ask you if you can question, and then give you a chance to demonstrate it? What if that exercise isn't even for me? What if it's really for you, to see if you can, for yourself, to see if what you believe is as strong and sturdy and understood as you think it is? Or what if it's not? Wouldn't you want to have tested it? Wouldn't you want to have known? What if you just hold on to it out of habit? Couldn't the questioning give you some better grasp on what that habit really is, whether it's a healthy habit? That's fascinating. Soze dissents because his views are being misrepresented. On this platform, a Socratic dialogue where I question beliefs to see if the interlocutor can question. How does that misrepresent your views? The only way your views are represented is when you present them. If the questions don't represent your view, then perhaps it's in the way you've presented it. And that should be an answer to the questions that don't represent your view. It's fascinating how you don't seem to understand how communication works. This isn't a place where I tell people they're wrong or tell them what they are or what they believe. How can I misrepresent your views? Fascinating. He chooses to troll. For this, he wants the interaction, which is why usually he ends up muted after he becomes disrespectful. But maybe you are more interested in questioning your beliefs than the troll in the comments. Maybe you are actually capable of engaging in a meaningful and constructive way instead of, well, shitting on things that you clearly aren't capable of understanding. And then lying about how you're misrepresented. It's fascinating. I wonder. Hello, cat.
Hello, Thrayle.
How are you?
I am okay. How are you?
I am also, well, I'm okay. I'm doing pretty good.
That's good. I thought that I would put my plans on hold for the moment at least, to assist you with questioning.
So that we don't have to focus on the, yeah.
Right? So you can question me, or I can question you. You probably should question me because I'm tired to question you.
Oh, I see. I wonder if I wonder if, okay. Cat, do you believe in a god? Or gods? Or anything like it?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't see any evidence that is compelling enough to uh, to compel me to believe.
What kind of evidence do you think would compel you to believe in a god?
Do you remember what I said last time I answered this?
That even if a god himself showed up, and I don't remember if it was slapped you in the face.
No, it was ripped my still beating heart out of my chest.
Yeah, that was it. That was a little more violent. It ripped
A
your
little bit.
still beating heart out of your chest. You would still not believe that that was a god.
How could I be certain that that wasn't some crazy hallucination?
I mean, if your still beating heart is in front of you and you have the opportunity to reflect upon that after the fact, is it, I mean, I'd question, is your heart back in your chest? Is there any sign it was ever out? Certainly might indicate a hallucination if there's no scarring or visible sign. Or a god, I guess, who cleans up wounds perfectly, but or it can just take a heart out without a wound. Yeah, it raises all kinds of questions, and generally they would point towards it happening in your mind, wouldn't it?
I think it generally all signs point towards the mind.
All signs point towards the mind.
Hmm.
I see. Does that mean that you believe everything is mind? Did I cut out? Are you thinking?
Oh, I think you cut out. I don't know. Maybe I was thinking. I don't know.
I gotcha.
What would you ask me?
Is everything mind?
Oh no, absolutely not. I think you did cut out because I don't remember hearing that.
Okay. So not everything is mind.
How could it be? No, no, I don't think so.
So do things exist?
Yeah,
Do you exist?
no.
How do you not exist if everything else around you that
I
you're
didn't say
experiencing?
everything else existed.
Oh, I see. I did say things, not everything.
Yeah,
What things exist?
I don't know. Just look at the trees.
Oh my. Which kind of trees? Do I have to look at a
The
particular
ohia trees.
an ohia tree? I don't think I can look at one of those from here. Um,
Well, maybe one day.
maybe. Um, so the ohia tree, if I look at that, then it'll tell me it exists, or do you
No,
even know if that tree exists?
I don't know if that tree exists.
Shit. Is there anything that you know exists?
No.
On a scale of 0 to 100, how certain are you of your own existence?
Two.
Two. You're
Hmm.
2% sure that you exist.
Hmm.
What is the other 98% doing? What is the other 98% doing after that 2? 2% sure you exist. 98% what?
Um, hmm. Thinking about it. Not thinking about existence in general, just like these like kind of philosophical ideas about the nature of reality. And probably not 98%. That's probably only like another 35% maybe. So then I'm at 37. Um, it's probably about a half and half split between terrorizing people and causing chaos and just having a fun, nice, chill time in the Discord.
Do all of those things exist? Do Do the things you interact with exist? Hmm. You said I should question you, but should you
But
question
what?
me?
Should I don't. What do you need to be questioned on? What
Uh,
was I being questioned on?
it was your own existence. It was God first, and then your own existence, and I didn't do the other one. On a scale of 0 to 100, how certain are you that a God exists?
Probably like a 14.
14. That's pretty high.
It's pretty high.
Yeah. How do you get to 14?
Um, well, I mean, like, there's so many iterations, right? Like, do you mean currently exists now or ever has existed?
I guess I would mean at all ever. Yeah.
Yeah, 14.
What about now?
Hmm.
What about currently existing now? What percentage would you be at that?
Hey, Thrayle.
Yeah, Cat.
Um, can you tell me how difficult it is to get excommunicated from behind? Somebody was talking about him like yesterday or the day before. That was funny.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how, like, what you'd have to do. I think you'd have to, like, insult the leadership and maybe even be kind of scary to them. Otherwise, they'd pretty much accept everybody.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Blake.
I say, good, good evening, Blake. It's fascinating when people lie about this live in the comments because they don't stick around after they get muted for being disrespectful. Like, we only expect theists to question their beliefs.
We expect everybody to question their beliefs, and we do so disrespectfully.
Mm-hmm. We have slept on Jay.
Hello.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 18. My birthday is March 14th, 2008. I already graduated high school.
That's a lot of information I didn't ask for, just your age. So, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
Yes, and my apologies for sharing all that. I just had to clarify because people ask those questions a lot about my age.
And when you say you have a belief in a god, what god is it that you believe in?
I used to believe in Christianity, still have some belief in it, and I have some belief in Buddhism. Those are the two religions I mostly align with.
Do you know how like opposing that is?
Yeah, I do. I understand it.
Then how do you
But
align with both of them?
because there are some Christian beliefs, like say for instance the Ten Commandments, there are some that I agree with and some that I don't. I know Christianity is also known to be like, am I allowed to cuss on here?
I'm not sure. You might need to ask your mother at your age.
She's fine with
Jay,
it.
you need to back off the microphone. You're really loud in our ears.
Oh, okay.
And that was, yeah, that made it worse, but okay. Okay. sit back off the mic. That's fascinating, Soze, I actually don't abide liars, and you've done it enough. I don't think you're actually going to learn or participate. It's too bad. It is unfortunate. But, yeah, liars don't get to stick around. So, goodbye. We'd normally just give you the mute, you know, let you watch and learn. But you've proven that you're just a dishonest person who is here to disrupt the live. I'm not interested in that. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, you are welcome to request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here right now to tear you down or insult you or shame you. And if you haven't questioned before, I might not answer your questions. But if you can question your belief, then go ahead and request up. We are going to have some questions for you. And if you can, I might then answer some of your questions, as it is question the questioner. And of course, if you've questioned here before and can question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up if you've got questions for me.
Or me or Blake, we're important too.
They are important too. Blake doesn't get asked enough questions. Really doesn't.
You know, Blake's so smart.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we had family dinner and we were fighting about AI over a bottle of wine. Not really fighting, debating about AI over a bottle of wine. It's a pretty good vignette of my family.
Debating over AI. Oh, I'm tempted, but no. I mean, you sit on a panel where AI is used as a sort of a, I don't know, flavor enhancer. So, I imagine you can't be too opposed to its use, but there's probably some ethical concerns.
Yeah, we were talking more about the implications on the number of the workforce needed and what
Yeah.
kind of fallout that will have.
Mm-hmm. Fascinating.
It's really brave to
Yeah, it definitely got to the point of, oh, you think the government will solve things? And then, yeah, so, yeah.
yeah.
Kate, why would the music make you want to start Irish dancing? Is it Irish? Is this Irish music? I don't know, it feels like a swamp carnival to me.
Yeah, folk music from around the world is a lot more similar than you would think because it in a lot of times is so much older than like the standardized school of music.
there's a change.
That's why one of the most beautiful parts of Sinners was the like juxtaposition of Irish folk music with like how West African music had inspired different genres of Southern music.
You really don't get asked enough questions, Blake.
Mm-mm. It's a waste. If my brain wasn't so fried, I'd have some for you. I would.
You do sound a bit tired there, Kat.
I am a little bit tired, but I'm fine.
I believe you.
I'm gonna rally.
You're gonna rally.
Yeah, I just woke up. I need to plant the salsa garden for the year.
Plan a salsa garden.
I think you said plant.
Plant.
Oh, I thought he said plan. I mean,
No, he has to plant like cilantro and tomatoes and peppers.
And tomatillos.
Tomatillos. Which ones do you have? I used to have purple ones that were pretty good.
I think I have the purple tomatillos, yeah. I think I have planted them out and collected the seeds for a couple of generations, so some of them have reverted back to green, I think. I can't remember what I got last year, though.
now that we're all hungry for salsa, if you've got a spicy belief in a god or gods, it doesn't have to be spicy. I realized what door I just opened. If you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. We're not looking for a debate. We're not looking for an argument, and we're not looking to, make you look silly. You might do that on your own, but we're really just here to see if you can question your beliefs. If you do have a belief in a god or gods or higher powers or anything like that, then go ahead and request up.
Do you have?
Go ahead.
Do you have any beliefs? Do you think, religious or otherwise, God-related or otherwise?
God-related
Or otherwise.
Otherwise. Well, I mean, I don't know that I have any, God or supernatural or anything like that. I don't believe in fairies. I don't believe in ghosts. But these are
what about
beliefs,
sirens?
right? Sirens. I believe humans might aspire to certain behaviors and appearances.
I don't know whatever you could mean by that.
Let her lure men.
Blake supports my dreams and hopes and aspirations.
I haven't think I've done anything to thwart your dreams and hopes and aspirations. Just question them.
Wasn't I questioning you?
Yeah, I know. You asked me if I believed sirens exist. I said I think
No,
some
that's not
people,
what I asked you.
humans. Oh,
That's gaslighting.
no. You asked what I believe in general, and then I listed off some things I don't believe, and you said, what about sirens?
I can see where your brain was, where the cogs were turning to.
Mm-hmm.
I was just being impatient, waiting for you to get there.
Oh, we have a request. I don't know if they meant to, but we'll know in a moment. Hello, Davina DeVillen. Did you mean to request up?
I did not.
I will set you back down. No worries. Appreciate
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Davina and the Vagabonds is peak.
I'm gonna have to Google that now. Thank you.
I don't think it's hot club jazz, but it's definitely club jazz of some
Oh, now I
flavor.
definitely will Google that. Let's see what it is. But no, big W's to Davina. Appreciate you. Really do. What do I believe?
If anything.
If anything. I don't. Uh-oh.
Oh, good. Perfect.
I'm about
Yes.
to get grilled. Okay. What do I believe, if anything? Oh, she fell out of queue. I thought I was about to get grilled.
I know. I was so excited.
If anything, I believe in things that I can observe and that have been explained to me.
Like what?
Do I believe that I exist, for instance? We could start there.
Okay. Okay.
I think I do, for the
Why?
most part.
But why?
Because I'm experiencing something. There's a process happening to a thing that is, my process, my consciousness.
How do you know that makes you exist?
What? I don't know. That's why it's a belief. For me, belief is an acceptance. And knowledge is an acceptance with some verification. Whether or not that's valid verification is a whole other matter. But generally something verified. We could break down what verification is later, but yeah. So I don't know that I exist. I have ways of seeming to verify it, but those would have to be called into question since they rely upon the premise itself, my existence.
Nina asked such good questions. What does it mean to exist?
Great question. To be within reality.
Oh, what's reality?
This,
What is this?
all of everything
I'm gonna stop pushing these little things. I don't know how you have so much patience to do it over and over and over again. It drives me. Um, what makes existence a belief?
What makes existence a belief? Well, it's going to depend on what we're talking about. Again, as existence. If we're using what I just said, just all that exists. I don't know that it itself is a belief, but my own existence is a belief within it. I believe the things in it exist. I believe existence exists. They're all acceptances based upon, you know, well, just what is. That's,
W solipsism.
I don't know about W solipsism. I like the jar. I understand it. I can absolutely, I can absolutely understand why some people, curl up in that I don't exist thing, but you're still accepting to interact. There's acceptance that or something is interacting with the things around you because you're interacting with them. Now, that doesn't mean that you fully are on board of it. Like, you're all in, that this is all real. And that's where I think most solipsists lie, is in that not fully on board with reality being real, but you're still interacting through some acceptance. And I get that. I think that's what we're all doing. We just frame it differently in our minds. Did you get a battery warning or something?
active dreams.
Like, I think it's fun to think about dreams having metaphorical meanings. Like, I used to, hold on. Sorry. I didn't want to have background noise. I used to have this recurring dream about my teeth falling out, and I looked up what it means, and it means that, theoretically, it means that you are not able to speak your mind and say what you need to say at that point in your life, which seemed to have applied because that's how I was feeling. And then now, where I feel like I'm more outspoken, I don't have those dreams anymore. I still do sometimes, and I think also like recurring dreams can just be recurring dreams, but like the dreams about my teeth falling out can feel really real. And like as I've had more and more of those dreams, I will be dreaming that I'll be dreaming that my teeth are falling out, and in this dream I'm like, oh my gosh, my teeth are actually falling out like they do in my dreams. And then I wake up and I'm like, I was dreaming about my teeth falling out. Yes, Miranda, it's so scary when you have a dream like that and it just feels so real. I usually don't.
Why would a dream necessarily mean something?
I think for a lot of people it's like apply meaning to their dreams, at least from what I've noticed, is like people who are more into like new age spirituality. Oh my god, Quantum, that's so funny. I'm so sorry. I think people who really strongly believe that our dreams have metaphorical meaning tend to be people who are more into new age spirituality. But I think also
Things that your conscious awake self can't get through.
yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Thank you. You put it in better words. Because that's kind of like,
you're welcome.
Yeah, but that's kind of where my thoughts were going.
So metaphysical meaning, or a metaphorical, not metaphysical. A metaphorical meaning. That's just like, it's just like that. That's just like what we just said, right?
Yeah, like your teeth falling out in your dream means that you can't speak your mind, or something about like spiders means that if you dream about spiders, you're falling out. So that's just the one that I know by heart.
Who came up with all these like labels or like boxes for like, okay, if you dream about this, it means this thing, and decided that was true across the board?
I don't know. I think it makes sense though, like the meanings that they do apply to dreams, and I think like it's more so for me at least. If my dreams were to have meaning, I think it would most likely to apply to recurring dreams, not like, oh, this one night I dreamt about a bouncy house, and that means I need more fun in my life. I feel like if it was a recurring thing, it's like your brain trying to tell you something, and it doesn't have to be some kind of spiritual thing. It's just like your brain saying that this is a change you need to make in your life, I think. Especially if it's like a very, very, what's the word?
Oh. Why would all of our brains do the same thing for like the same like why would all of our brains come to the conclusion that if we dream about our teeth falling out, like we aren't able to speak our mind? Like that's the part that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and you know what? If you're having a dream about your teeth falling out, maybe you're having anxiety about your dental health.
Or a number of other things, right?
Yeah. But like that would be like a more like what I was gonna say was like direct, like something that your brain is telling you, like a more direct way to think of the teeth falling out dream would be anxiety about dental health.
Why does it even have to mean anxiety? Could it just, I mean, could you have not just, seen a video or heard somebody tell a story about getting a tooth extraction and your brain just carries it on to play out some random series of events that otherwise might have gone unnoticed had you not remembered that dream?
Maybe, but I feel like that would be less likely to be a recurring and personal dream.
How do you know that most of your dreams aren't recurring and you just happen to fixate on, the ones you remember?
Maybe. I remember a lot of my dreams. Of course, I don't remember all of them, but I remember a lot of them. I remember my dreams almost every night. And maybe I do fixate on that specific one. But that's the recurring dream that I remember the most, and maybe there's something to that.
Could it be because you're trying to apply a meaning and
Maybe.
so keep playing it again and again?
Potentially. Like, I can't think of words today.
They're hard.
Yeah. Thanks. Someone was talking about, also how you feel towards it. Like, if you see a spider and you're not scared of spiders, it's not anxiety. Or if you're just not scared of the spider in your dream. Like, I'm not scared of spiders, but I've dreamt about... That's another recurring dream that I've had. It's very specific, too. It's not... Like, in the dreams where my teeth are falling out, that'll happen anywhere, in any setting, in any situation. But this one dream that I have about spiders, I specifically dream that I'm like on my front porch and the house across from me is covered in spiders. Like entirely covered in spiders, and there's always this one really big one. Like an unrealistically large spider. And I'm not scared of spiders. I love spiders, but that one always kind of creeps me out a little bit. Kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies. But that one, I don't think I have that one as often as the teeth one.
How often are you having those teeth dreams?
Well, like I said, I haven't had them in a while, but like I can think of like probably like, not that I can think of it, but I would imagine like I've had the teeth dream like at least 10 times over the last couple of years. And then like the spider one, I think I've had it like 2 or 3 times from what I can remember.
10 times is a lot.
It is. That's what I mean. It's like a crazy recurring dream. And it's also like I said, I remember my dreams a lot, but that one is just so weird that it's the one that happens the most, or the one that I remember the most. It's so odd. And I used to have, someone was talking about they had nightmares a lot. I used to have night terrors when I was a baby. I love dreams. Dreams are so cool. Dreams are like one of those things that like fascinates me so much because there's so much we don't know about them, but there's also like things that we do know about them. And I think it's so cool that that happens while we're sleeping, that we make these pictures in our heads and it's only a specific time. Like I think a sleep cycle is like 3.5 hours and a portion of that is REM sleep where you're dreaming. And I think I also learned that you can still have like little mini dreams when you're not in REM sleep.
Mm-hmm.
But your most like vivid, big dreams are in REM sleep. I have an echo.
It happened when I unmuted.
I often find myself having these little mini dreams, especially when I'm like falling asleep. Like if I'm in Discord falling asleep in a room full of people, I'll have these little dreams, and they're always really interesting. And I just lost a headphone.
Uh-oh.
Dreams are like one of my special interests, so I'm yapping about it.
I think Hazelnut's got a dream. Or a question.
I do have dreams, but that is not what my question is about, actually. I have a question for people. Do you think the search for meaning says something important about consciousness itself?
Something important. What do you mean by that?
Something important would mean, in this context, that it gives context for, or maybe a reference to.
Something that it gives reference to.
Yes, so like, does searching for meaning give context for consciousness itself?
It sounds like if it does, that context would be well applied, right? It's
I think that
well, I had a thought too, but go ahead.
the search for meaning gives us something important about consciousness in the way that it shows that we are silly creatures with a superiority complex that think we have to mean something.
I was just gonna say, I think that would be a subjective application of context. Some people may not have a search for meaning. Does that mean their consciousness has no context?
That's a good question.
It's a great question. I don't think it would mean that.
So then perhaps it's not necessarily an objective marker or an attribute of consciousness. Not necessarily that it says something important as a referent, but maybe a point subjectively for some. Wouldn't that mean there'd be others? Some people find other reference for the significance of their consciousness.
Yes, I would think so.
What would an objective referent for consciousness be?
Awareness, I think, is the only one.
Nice. I don't know if it's the only one, but awareness seems like well, I might have some question, but I'm not sure what it is yet.
My question is, what are potentials of others?
That's a good question.
I think that sentience, right, is awareness. I think that consciousness has more to do with like a higher cognitive ability than sentience. Maybe higher levels of cognition, meaning like our brains can do more. It's like a tiered thing.
A tier thing. Is this a hierarchy then? Or explain more, what do you mean by tiers?
Yeah, like the Uber hierarchy, like he gives the people you like 5 stars so they get more props.
I can't. So you're saying.
But like
I love you so much. No, I get it.
I'm dreaming.
You are dreaming.
Here, half asleep, having a dream about. I know what I'm having a dream about, but I don't know what. Why?
Wait, did you say that consciousness or sentience is the more advanced form of cognition?
The sentience would be like the awareness part, right? And then consciousness would be the more advanced cognition. I think. Maybe not.
Could it be reversed? Could you have
It could. Could be, but I don't think that it is. Explain.
Can we not explain consciousness, or is it people are trying, like, what are people trying to define when they think they're defining consciousness? Because isn't consciousness just being awake? What is consciousness if it's more than that?
I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, consciousness is not only being aware of the world around you, like sentience, where you're more than just like hard reacting, it's also being aware of your internal experience.
So the way I said it was right.
Yeah, like when we do like a consciousness test for animals, like one of the most common ones is the mirror test, where you put a dot on the animal's forehead and then you see if they try and like get it off of their head. So what that tells you is that they have a visual representation of themselves, and they have noticed that it is changed and they want to correct it.
Makes me think about the fact that cats don't know that they exist. They just understand. They don't. They just like, they understand their relationships with the other beings and the world around them. They understand that, but they don't know that they exist. And there are many examples of this, like proof of this. Like if you put a cat, if you show a cat a mirror, like my cats, they don't even acknowledge it. They really, I don't understand how they don't acknowledge it. But then like other cats, if you put them in front of a mirror, they'll try to fight it because they think it's another cat. Like,
What do you do in front of a mirror?
what do I do in front of a mirror?
No, cat.
Oh, cat.
I don't look in mirrors that often. Jungle.
Valid. Is it because you don't think you exist?
Probably, yeah.
I mean, it's literally what they were saying earlier.
Yeah, no, it's like it's like why I'm in a vat.
So Brian said, then why do cats always land on their feet? Well,
That has nothing to do with whether or not they exist.
I don't think so either. I think that's just instinct, and I don't think instinct has anything to do with knowing you exist.
Right.
I don't know.
Oh, Kate and Kat sound so sorry, Thrayle.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
I just don't know if cats don't know that they exist in general, if that's an attribute of cats.
Well, how many cats do you know?
Curious. Well, I've known a lot of cats, but currently, I don't know. I think mostly just the one.
Does that one know that they exist?
I don't know about know that they exist.
That one thinks she exists?
I don't know about think. I think accept in a certain way.
My kitties don't seem to show any evidence that they know that they exist. Like my kitty, when I am holding her in front of a mirror, she just kind of look down or around, just like at her surroundings, like she would if she wasn't in front of a mirror. But like, we don't necessarily have any evidence that cats know that they exist. We have more evidence showing that they don't know that they exist.
What about the self-image correcting test that Blake mentioned? Do we know how cats generally respond to not just being placed in front of a mirror, but having something about their physical appearance altered? To see if that noticing that difference causes a change in behavior.
I don't know that it would, because I mean, there's the example of the dot, but like,
Cats do fail the mirror test.
okay,
they struggle to recognize themselves in reflections.
Interesting.
See, then based on this, I think this test that Blake was talking about was kind of showing like their level of self-awareness, which cats don't seem to have.
Yeah, there are other methods of testing, so it's not like an end-all be-all, but yeah, it is interesting that they do fail that test. So if they do, I think that their complex ability to communicate. So, like, even one form of like self-awareness that like we might have, because even think about like a blind person, like their internal representation of themselves is probably going to be very different than somebody that has sight. And so even if an animal fails one of these tests, it's not like an end-all be-all. You have to take them in like in congregation to like try and draw a conclusion. But that being said, I don't know where cats fall on the scale of being conscious or not, or self-aware.
I don't know if there's any way to know because we do have all these tests that we could do. And that is a really good point about like the tests that we're talking about here is like it's visual, but they could know that they exist through other senses. Like my kitty, she's very, very smart. At least I'd like to think that she is, even though she makes stupid choices sometimes. And sometimes I'm just like hanging out with her and I'm like, it's so hard to believe that you don't know that you're a thing and that you understand the concept of your relationship with me, but you don't understand yourself. It's so weird.
Well, if you know what consciousness is and you consciously can question your beliefs in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, really, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We really are just here to see if you even can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And I'll bet we even have a few more questions for you. And of course, if you've questioned before, if you've been questioned on this panel and can question your beliefs, and you've been waiting to turn the tables, well, you can come up and question the questioner or questioners. It's always an option too. Also, I need to make sure I thank everybody for the 19,000 times you've tapped the screen. I do think we could do better. But you guys are amazing. Appreciate you tapping. And the 62 shares really are awesome also. That is something else that'll help us get out to the FYP if we go down to the bent little arrow on the bottom. Reposting the live, sharing with a friend, or just copying that link a few dozen times. That might actually help. Who knows? But thank you to Nina, Karu, Quantum Shell, Donna B. Yellow, Sparkling Glass Slipper, and Kate. Thank you so much for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. And if there's anyone out there with a belief, we'll go ahead and request up. We're not, like to say, our dream soup up there. That's not necessarily what we're going to question, but I do wonder. Hazel, do you think dreams are soup?
Yes, a little bit. They seem like a bit of an everything sandwich soup thing combination.
If a sandwich is anything layered or that can be described as layered, and everything is layered or can be described as layered, then how is a dream not part of everything?
It is. That's why it's a soup. It's a soup in a sandwich.
Could a dream itself not be layered within itself?
I think they made a movie about that. I don't know if that happened to you. It hasn't happened to me.
Inception type dreams, dreams and dreams and dreams.
Yeah, I don't remember those types of dreams if they have happened.
I don't know.
If we're unsure if there's a meaning to life, why are we more sure that there's meaning to dreams?
Why would there be meaning? What is meaning? Now it says.
In my understanding, meaning would be something placed by the observer. Like you put meaning on something. Meaning is given by an observer.
So then we can put meaning anywhere we want it. Dreams, existence, in dots on foreheads and cats and mirrors.
Seems simple enough. Why does meaning being able to be on everything lessen its significance?
Wasn't significance something we place on meaning?
Sometimes.
Can I change the subject? No one's talking.
Yes, you're so cute.
Okay. Oh, thanks. So Quantum's talking about their dad, like how their dad changed after he became blind with how he interacted with the world, and it made me think about a conversation that my boyfriend and I, Burger, have had a couple times about, out of all of your senses, which one would you be the most sad to lose? And we got really in depth with it and all the factors that would be a part of losing your different senses. And I think we both came to the conclusion that the saddest sense to lose would be hearing.
I think that would isolate a person in a way that other loss of senses wouldn't.
I agree, and exactly where my heart is. Can't live without music. The reason why I would be so sad to lose my hearing is because of music, and also probably because of the sounds that animals make. That's another thing that brings me a lot of joy. I'm not somebody that like listens to music a whole bunch. I listen to it pretty much every day, and I also play instruments, which would be something else that would be sad to lose. Of course, you could still feel the vibration of the instrument. But I'd be very sad to lose my hearing. And I kind of had a different, I don't know if it would change my perspective at all, but I took 2 years of American Sign Language, which really opened me up to the sensitivities of the deaf and hard of hearing world, and more understanding of what it would be like. Like, we had a day at school where everybody had to wear earplugs, and we could only talk through sign, or writing down our words. And it was not easy. Especially adapting to it all of a sudden. There are people who can lose their hearing all of a sudden. Your dad became a better human after being blind. That is really beautiful, and I can see how that could happen.
Do you not think touch would isolate you if you lost your sense of touch?
It would, but I feel like I have so many physical sensory sensitivities that there are definitely things I would not miss being able to feel.
I also don't even know if I can conceptualize what that
Yeah.
would be like. Like, losing touch, what does that even mean?
Have you ever had your leg fall asleep or had an anesthetic, a local anesthesia?
Yes to the first, no to the second, but I don't. But you feel that still. I can still feel that, the tingling.
I've had a limb fall asleep, and I've also had local anesthetic. And yes, you do lose your sense of touch, but you don't really lose the feeling of pressure. Which, if you were to
That
lose
was gone.
I really can't conceptualize losing the feeling of pressure.
How isolated would you feel when not feeling?
Probably more isolated. I don't know. I can't say more. That would feel very isolating. Because now I'm imagining the life would be very like bedridden, some type of situation like that, and that would feel isolating in comparison to not being able to hear.
Yeah, it probably would be isolating. I wasn't thinking about it being super isolating, but then I was also considering if you could not physically feel anything through the nerves on your skin.
How difficult would it be to interact with the world?
Exactly. Yeah. Like you would lose your ability, you would lose your feeling. I mean, it'd probably be really difficult to walk, to pick things up. Just interacting with your surroundings would be extremely difficult because you wouldn't be able to feel anything, and I feel like at that point you'd be entirely relying on sight. Because you could rely on other senses, but sight would be the main thing because, I mean, imagine taking a drink but you can't feel anything. You would have to rely on your eyeballs to make sure you actually make it in your mouth.
Yeah, for just about every sense out there, there's a disease that causes like a genetic mutation that can cause a congenital insensitivity to it. Like there's even like congenital insensitivity to pain, where there's people that are completely unable to feel pain, and so they have to, instead of experiencing or like the pain to learn not to do things, they have to be like told, or then sometimes learn via like the repercussions of not being careful enough,
The
and
interesting
then
thing is
having a
they
long
still
healing
have
process.
touch sensation though, correct?
Hmm. Yeah,
That's
would also be like congenital insensitivity to pressure, which like you could still have like pain sensation, but the like you don't have pressure. But also they're kind of like connected in the way that they work, and like the receptors that are causing them. So they're kind of like related congenital issues, and sometimes you can have like a little bit of both.
Yeah, like I've known that there can be congenital diseases where you can't feel pain. There's also one where you can't feel hunger. It makes me think those are both sensations caused by hormones. They're chemical rather than like nervous system related, like with your nerves and everything. Those are entirely chemical feelings because we have chemicals in our brain that perceive those feelings. So I feel like it's different in a way, but I don't know about pressure. I don't know if pressure is a feeling that you get from chemicals in your brain.
You like pain receptors are I don't even remember how to pronounce this word. Nociceptors, yeah, endings where most of like your mechanoreceptors, um, like your pressure sensing is by like Ruffini endings, which is like detected by sustained pressure. But so they're like caused by like a little bit different, but you can, yeah, you can have like, there are definitely congenital issues where you can not have like either or. I've never heard of like a case study of somebody that had complete like congenital failure of one of their mechanoreceptors, but I'm sure that unfortunately there's a disease for everything.
Yeah, definitely. There's so many like you know those TV shows that will show like the British Barcroft TV where they show people's stories and there's such rare diseases that you wouldn't even think they're possible, but they totally are. Like being allergic to the sun or being allergic to water. Like those are things that you can't even imagine. But there are people out there that experience that, having unique allergies or losing sensations that you wouldn't even think are possible. But some of them are normal for other creatures, like fish, for example, don't have the hormone that gives them the feeling of being full. So they don't know what it feels like to be full from eating. So that's why if you have fish, you have to have them on a specific feeding schedule and not feed them too much because they'll just eat themselves to unalivement because they can't feel full.
Hmm. My great uncle had that congenital disease you're talking about where you never get hungry. And well, he had like um, never got hungry and then also like didn't get full. So he didn't like he had to have like a timer and this was like pre like you can tell Siri to like remind you to eat. So he had to have like all these like mechanical timers because he just like would not remember to eat or like get any he would like enjoy the flavors but it wouldn't the like the level of enjoyment
Satisfying.
that somebody yeah the level of satisfaction wasn't there enough to like get him to want to do it on his own either. It's very interesting to hear my grandpa talk about it.
Yeah. Or like the one guy on Great Big Story, he lost his sense of taste. And that's another one my boyfriend and I were talking about would really be unfortunate to lose your sense of taste. And he would eat peppers with a lot of his food because he couldn't taste anything, but he could feel the spice. We got on this conversation about talking about spicy food because I don't like spicy food as much as I used to because I find that if something's so spicy, I can't taste it anymore and all I feel is the spice. So in a way I can kind of understand like what it would feel like for that man to eat peppers with his food. Like in the thumbnail of the Great Big Story video, it literally shows a spoonful of cereal and a red pepper on top of it because that's just how he would eat his food. Because that's how he could feel something while eating because he couldn't taste anything. And I don't remember how he lost his sense of taste, but he completely lost it. He can't taste anything.
That's how Ben and Jerry's was started. I forget which one of them has the congenital disorder where they don't have the ability to taste anything. So they developed ice creams that were extremely textural for people that have that issue because they can still enjoy like the texture of things, but they're not getting the flavor of it.
That's really interesting. And that's another way, because part of the satisfaction of eating food is the texture of it. Like, I'm somebody who really enjoys specific textures of food, so that's another thing that could make it enjoyable even if you can't taste it. And there could be things that, like, imagine you don't like the taste of something, but you like the texture of it, and now you can enjoy it because you can't taste it. But you can enjoy the texture more so because you're not worried about the taste of it.
Yeah, Ben Cohen doesn't have the ability to taste or smell.
Oh. Do you know how he, like, was it like genetic?
I don't know. I just looked up to confirm which one it was.
V is talking about SFN, small fiber neuropathy. And I actually started to seek out a diagnosis for that, but I'm currently worrying about my heart at the moment. I'm having to wear a heart monitor for the next 2 weeks. But it's another thing that makes it hard for, like, me being an atheist is the concept of suffering that people talk about all the time. I suffer a lot with my chronic illnesses, and it's hard to deal with the unfairness of it. And I'm sure V can relate. I don't know what V's beliefs are, but it's a tough thing to deal with when you're constantly in so much pain or constantly having health issues and not having any way to cope with it spiritually.
And if you're not having to cope spiritually with questioning your beliefs in God or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, or if you are, and you can question that, go ahead and request up. I almost made that a good segue. I might have stepped on your point. Sorry.
No, it was a good one. I understand this, Thrayle.
But I do need to thank, I already did thank you guys. Well, I'm going to thank you again, Nina, Carew, Quantum Shell, Donna B. Yellow Spring, Sparkling Glasses, Slippers. My brain just did not make sense of that name. Sparkling Glass Slipper and Kate. Thank you guys for the goal that I should have reset 10 minutes ago. You guys are amazing. And where are the believer type people with the belief things they do?
They're scared of your shed, I think, or something. What the heck, Thrayle?
I don't know. It's been quiet tonight.
V, I think it's a great topic to continue discussing because it's increasingly common. And I think it can be relatable for a lot of people, especially, obviously myself. Also, I have a question about the poll. Are we talking about how hot is Jesus or Jesus?
Oh, I forgot about the hot Jesus poll.
So it is Jesus.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
didn't set
It does
this
say
Thrayle?
Jesus.
Interesting.
What?
Is it Elevator Jesus?
I think.
No, is it
I think there was-
Elevator Jesus?
I don't know if Mika made this poll or if
Who
this
made
was
the
one that
poll?
was
Is it
there.
Elevator Jesus or Normal Jesus?
This I don't know if Mika made this or adopted one of the ones that was there, because there was a poll about Elevator Jesus at one point.
It was already in the list, Mika says.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question. Is it hot elevator Jesus or
So it's hot
normal?
elevator Jesus
Not
with the dreamy eyes then.
okay.
Which means I wish my vote was different then. If it's hot Jesus, it's in the name.
Well, then, so I guess it's just Jesus, but that is Jesus, or Jesus.
Yeah, normal Jesus, not my type. You pass.
Oh, historically accurate Jesus?
I was thinking historically accurate Jesus at least, yeah. Not
Not white Jesus.
white Jesus. Not white Jesus. Just historically accurate Jesus at
My
least.
vote is based off of white Jesus.
Mine as well, unfortunately. White Jesus is my type.
Interesting. And if you think Jesus is your type and you think he is your Lord and Savior, but you can also question your beliefs, request on up and see if that is true.
That was such an interesting segue.
It was like
The beta male voice of Thrayle is too cringy to request up to talk to.
Is that how they feel?
Yeah, it's a beta male
Oh
voice.
goodness.
Wait, that's actually how you feel, person? Wow, that's interesting. Talk to me then. Come on up.
That's so funny. That's such a, like, Gen Alpha way of thinking.
Tell me when you said yes. That's crazy.
Yeah. I don't even know what generation that is, but I'm glad What the Fuck won the poll. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers or something like that, you're capable of, questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. We're not here for debates or arguments. We are here just to see, well, if you even can question your belief. Speaking of believers. Hello, Renan.
Oh my goodness. Look who it is.
It's the rabbi. How
That's
you doing, Rev?
quite the introduction.
Do you remember Kate?
Rev.
Gator.
Yeah, it's been a very long time, right?
It has.
Good to see
Rev,
you, Kate.
good to see you. You know, I came back for the first time last night, and I was telling everyone how I still think about them. I still think about you, especially, Rev.
Hopefully good things.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Okay. Sorry, I'm coming off of a very intense conversation that I just had. So
Well, we were, we had discussed the meaning of dreams and what it would be like to lose different senses, how touch might suck.
And also that cats don't know they exist.
Cats don't know they exist. Right now, I'm not sure that this one does, and I'm just letting her. But, that's where we are.
I have a question about meaning again.
That's right. I put what is meaning at the top.
Yeah. What kind of truth would completely change your understanding of meaning?
is that for if that's for Thrayle?
That's for anybody who has an answer.
I guess my understanding of meaning to begin with is something that can only be made after the fact. Like I can only have I can't make meaning in anticipation of something. It will have meaning can only have been made in response to experiencing something. I always say like meaning is made in the rearview mirror. Um,
That's sure. I said meaning is an observation, but so
yeah,
that makes
exactly.
a lot of sense to
Yeah,
me. That's a interesting metaphor. Is it a metaphor?
I think
What?
so.
So what truth would change that?
If I were able to see into the future, if I were able to know what the future held,
Is finding meaning important to your belief system, Raph?
I'm thinking it's not. I'm literally scratching my Adam's apple and staring at the screen at the ceiling. So just so you know, there's not complete silence. The question again was, is meaning making important to my belief system? Or
Is finding meaning important to your belief system?
I guess I would just, is it okay to reframe it a little bit? Because I think like make meaning is only made to me. Like
Sure.
it's like to me, meaning is a story that is told in response to uh whatever. And
That
that
is very
story
similar
often,
to a different definition I've heard you give for something else, and I can't remember what it was.
sorry, what'd you say, Hazel? Sorry.
That is very similar to a different definition, or the same definition you gave for something else. But I'm trying to remember what it was. But it was to Thrayle.
I think I'm pretty consistent.
Sure. I believe that.
Thank you. Yeah,
It's a process.
it's a process.
What was your question to me, Hazel?
The original one or the one I just asked Raph?
The original one.
What kind of truth would completely change your understanding of meaning?
The kind of truth that would completely change my understanding of meaning. I imagined at first when you said that, like some objective giver of meaning, creator of the meanings of things, and what that would have to be and be like. And even then, wouldn't it be, well then, it's subjective choice of what these meanings are. Meaning would still be something that is decided by or provided by a subjective agent. I can't think of anything that could, but I think that's more just an I don't know.
So nothing thus far is convincing enough that meaning can be changed outside of subjectivity, is kind of what you're saying. That's
Not that meaning can't be changed, but that meaning is like, well, a thing that we apply, a thing that we give. That much I think Rav and I agree on.
Sorry, which part did we agree on?
The meaning is something we apply. you insisted after the fact, but that it's a
Yeah.
subjective thing applied by an agent.
Well, I mean, given the vast array of facts that go into any experience, we narrow those facts down, ignore some of them, change some of them, in order to tell a story that is cohesive.
Could meaning exist without memory?
Say that one more time. I apologize.
Could meaning exist without memory?
Oh, um, I'm not sure. How?
I don't remember.
Right. Oh, without memory at all? I'm not sure how. Oh, and in that losing of senses earlier, what a memory that. Is that not a sense?
Is memory a sense? I ask
don't
those
know.
questions all the time because I have the memory of a goldfish. So,
Me too, Hazel.
you get it.
Yet I remember my dreams vividly.
Memory is not a sense, but you can have sensory memory.
Mm-hmm.
And can you function at all if you don't have any memory at all?
Mm-hmm. I asked that because I kind of started thinking about sense memory, an acting technique. I don't know if memory. Well, you said it's not a sense. What makes it not a sense?
It's not an input that you're like perceiving from the outside world.
That makes sense. It's a processing of inputs.
Yeah, you got the good old sight, sound, taste, touch, balance, and then there's also like temperature, pressure. Yeah, we've added a few more.
Yeah, there's a lot more than 5 now.
Some animals can pick up on magnetic fields, so that would be a sense, like pigeons and stuff.
I think I hijacked Hazel's good question with my silly one. What was it again, Hazel? It's about memory. Yeah.
Meaning exists without memory.
Yeah.
You answered it, I think.
Yeah, I don't know what the meaning would be.
I don't believe so.
Well, would the meaning even matter if there was no one to remember it, I guess?
Yeah, I don't know if you can be conscious and have a complete cessation of all memory. Or not, like, you could still, like, your lungs would still go and your heart would still beat and stuff, but, like, I don't know if you would function as, like, a conscious being anymore if you had absolutely no memory at all, like, short-term, long-term, and no ability to, like, what am I trying to say? Not accumulate, but get new memories.
I have a feeling this is about to be interesting. Hello, Vi.
I accidentally did that. But I could
didn't
still
notice.
join. I was getting a snack and I hit buttons.
Well, we did only have one box left. I was hoping we'd be questioning a believer, but you were the only one in queue. And if you want to be questioned, we can question you. But
I'm open to that actually, or contributing on like suffering and God, but whatever you wish.
suffering and God, what do you mean by that?
Oh, what Kate was mentioning earlier on for me, I both had difficulty and belief of God and suffering before being chronically ill. It was one of my first doubts about God when I was younger, and then the difficulties of losing my faith due to large amounts of physical suffering, especially even more recently in the last year and a half.
So you feel that your physical suffering has caused you to lose faith in a God at all?
Yes, I think it also was my observations of other people's suffering back when I was still seemingly healthy. I mean, it's a genetic condition. Now, in hindsight, I was starting to have some symptoms, but at the time, nobody thought I was chronically ill, including myself. But I was questioning just, genocide, war, the cruelty of how humans can treat each other, even if I wasn't being directly impacted through my physical suffering. Like when I was in college, especially, or even younger, quite frankly.
Can I ask you, when you say the word genocide, like, do you feel the same, uh, like, like, I actually felt like a pain in my shoulder and in my chest and in my clavicle when you said the word.
I feel like an ache in my chest, like the center diffusing out from like the sternum, I guess. But not, I
Yes.
think like an ache. Like, yeah.
I guess, like, yeah, I just would wonder about who can throw around that word with such, yeah.
Oh no, I if it seemed like I said it lightly, quite the opposite. Like, I have a friend who's from the Middle East, like Egypt specifically, and we have a lot of conversations about her her POV, and I would rather know more, especially through her lived experience, and hurt more, and hopefully a way that also could be productive, than feel less of that pain. Like that feels possibly worthwhile in a way that like the physical suffering starts to feel absurd, and it can start to like warp my mind.
Vi, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If God is real, why do you think doubt exists at all?
Did we ask Vi if she believed in God today?
You did not.
That's why I feel like I could ask either of the of the questions.
Hazel, it was
Either
if God is real, why do we have doubt?
why do you think doubt exists at all?
Mm. I will say I don't know if God exists. I don't know if I've ever been a believer who had this full, confident, unwavering faith. But perhaps, like, if I do pull from that side of me, maybe doubt helps us question, serves a purpose, even if God exists, to bring us closer to Him. I will say I'm not necessarily married to that answer. It's more just like trying to experiment with the question.
Do you think your doubts are pulling you away from truth or closer to it?
That's a great question. It's starting to feel absurd. I won't deny it. Like the last year and a half, I don't know anymore. It feels like more of my actions don't have intrinsic meaning, but I also know it might just be life and a lot of grief and trauma and specific things. I'm trying to hold it with a little bit of detachment, just to not get lost in it too much.
What would change if you stopped believing entirely?
In what? And everything?
In God. Without doubt.
What would change if I stopped believing in God without doubt?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see what you mean. I don't think I want to meet that version of myself. I'm gonna be honest. My initial reaction was like resistance. It just that's too much certainty, I think, for me. I feel like I would become, for me personally, I think I would maybe become insufferable to be centered in that much certainty, and would miss out on other experiences or journeys, or I don't know. I guess I am a little, maybe I'm most married to the uncertainty. I have always been the type to switch like beliefs.
Can you give me a little bit of your background with your theology? Sorry, I'm realizing that you have somewhat of a history here, so I'm not familiar.
Yeah, absolutely. I grew up Protestant Christian, several different Baptist beliefs. One that's a little niche, which is the GARBC and this General Association of Regular Baptist Churches, and this like church of 30 or less people that was a lot of high involvement beyond like other typical Protestant churches. So that one was a little unique. And then my parents switched to a more like American Baptist denomination. They're now non-denominational. And then I converted after an odd experience in the hospital receiving the Eucharist by accident. I converted to Roman Catholicism for about 10 years. Then I started deconstructing out of that, just because like I just couldn't abide just some of the history of the church, or even some of the doctrine, where I was like trying to be a progressive change from within. And then I just started kind of looking into Norse paganism, mostly through like a friend who practiced a True. I wouldn't say I practiced it in the same way as Christianity. Then I was invited to a coven, actually, of like scientists and an archaeologist and like professors through a college in the city nearby city to where I live. And then I went through a really odd neuro event. I had a severe episodic migraine, and I had gone blind in one eye prior to that. And when I woke up, I just felt this extreme lack of belief in God. I did experience a lot of anhedonia and like time distortion for a bit, and like some other neuro stuff that started to resolve, like aphantasia and things, like forgetting words. But the nihilism, it at least felt like nihilism was so extreme that I hastily just started reading a lot of philosophers, like modern day ones too. This live, like it pulled it up in my algorithm, maybe from all the philosophy that I was devouring, and that's kind of where I'm at currently. And like this is the most atheist versus like agnostic or part-time believer in like the Abrahamic God, like theist kind of position. Sorry if that was a little too detailed. That's just how my brain kind of processes.
How do you like as you're I don't mean to interrupt the line of questioning that preceded. I'm just curious, like how do you like saying that all sort of in 45-second time span? What is that like to give the full range of that?
What is it like for me?
Yeah, like you've just sort of expressed. First of all, it sounds like 15 years or so.
Yeah, I'm a little longer because of the childhood, like the Protestant. Like I'm 38 years old.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I guess I was just going from the Protestant time period to the current day. Okay.
Yeah,
15,
no, you're
20
good.
years. Yeah, yeah. So it wasn't meant to be like a limiting thing. It was more just like you just succinctly expressed a wide range of religiosity in 45 seconds to a minute.
I mean, there's a joke in there, I think, a little bit. Like, I just kept going backwards in time, if you will, like Protestant to Catholic to pagan, and then gave up, I guess. Like, I not, that's not to take your question lightly, but it was my first thought.
That's helpful. Yeah, I mean, there's no edge to my question. Just genuinely curious about what that's like for you to sort of hear the.
I guess for me, it feels very like relational. Like if you notice, it was a lot of the people around me. Like before I was born, my parents were these devout Christians, and theirs was a pushback from their childhoods. Like my dad grew up atheist. When he came home to his parents and said he was saved, they said, "From what?" So, kind of interesting how it was like.
Yeah, what was he saved from?
Right, exactly.
I'm asking you, what was he saved from?
According to him, I think it was a difficult childhood. There's good memories of my grandparents, but they were alcoholics, and it sounded like his life was a little aimless, or they were both there but not. And it sounds like religion gave him a sense of belonging and helped him not fall in with the wrong crowd, which I guess for him just was starting to occur. And then, he got into youth, I think it's called like Youth for Christ, or certain organizations. And it just, to me, sounded like it provided structure for him. And then he went on to a Christian university where he met my mom. So I think that might be it. But I think what's hard for me is, as some people know, like in the Discord, like Thrayle's, I have a lot of childhood trauma or various trauma, and so I can take a step back and look at my dad and look at his faith, but I don't feel like it saved him. It didn't save me, I'll put it that way. And maybe that also from an early age started causing me to question a lot of things. I would be up the tree in the backyard and I would just be reading book after book, and that felt more like my salvation than God or any person in my life. You could argue books are written by people, but hopefully that makes sense.
Every day I find myself less and less understanding Christianity. Although I
Right.
did have a novel thought today, Thrayle, that I wanted to bring up to you, which was there are some. I think that the question of moral belief, if you find it in a book, if you find moral conviction in a book, it means that your morality is external to the self. And if you find your morality in discussion over the book or discussion in general, then your morality is happening or is being developed internally.
Influenced by that external book.
Say it again.
With the influence of the external book.
So I'm having trouble hearing you. It's probably me.
With the influence of the book, the external.
Yeah, but sure. But what I'm saying is that if somebody is in discussion, like take the book out of it, like it was a bad comment. What I'm saying is if somebody is discussing something and they're engaging in discussion, there is a necessary thing that's happening inside of them where they're wrestling and questioning. And so there's an internal element. But if there is no wrestling or no discussion and that it's being externally imposed upon, then there is then it is necessarily external to them. And if it's only external, I think that usually there's a combination of the two, for like the vast majority of people, but like I think for Christianity especially, if people are finding their morality from this book, then what they're being told, then their morality is external to their sense of self, and they are it excuses things like sympathy because there's nothing happening inside. It's I'm not sure. This has nothing to do with you, Vi. By the way, this is only something that I had a thought earlier today about this, and I was waiting to bring it up here, and it sort of reminded me of it, not because of what you're talking about, but like the fact that you're reading those books means that you're having a conversation internal to yourself, like you're
Yeah.
in conversation with something, and your morality is not being dictated externally, and perhaps that's why you're sort of seeking something maybe externally, but within you there's something wrestling that's happening. But what I'm saying is for people who are saying that their morality is determined by a book, it excuses any sense of sympathy or I don't want to use the term empathy because I think it's an overused term, but I mean the ability to think of oneself. Sorry, to think of another outside of oneself. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I add something to that?
I think.
The skeleton says yes. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought you might. Yeah, go ahead.
It's interesting, and thanks for catching that. I was internally wrestling with things, or like books are really my salvation in a lot of way. What's interesting for me is I felt like, you were mentioning, and I think this is accurate, that like discussions, right, can internalize, like discussions of a book can internalize it. But for me, and maybe it had to do with how the people around me were processing it, especially growing up Protestant first, it felt like it was keeping it external, the way like people were keeping my beliefs external. And I was finding it difficult. I actually still find it difficult to know my true identity. But I do think it started in part back then. I do have an example of the opposite of when I was Roman Catholic. I got involved in this charism called, oh goodness, it was Luigi Giussani's Communion and Liberation. And we would read books called like The Religious Sense and At the Origin of the Christian Claim. And besides reading and discussing the book, we would open sometimes with a piece of music that we would all meditate on, or art. We would drink wine and make meals together and discuss in a way that like I had just never encountered before within Christianity. I would say it's like, our little joke was it was the opposite of Opus Dei, if that's familiar. If it's not, I understand. It's just
What
Opus
was the name
Dei.
of the course again, you said at the beginning?
Yeah, it was, I stumbled on it because I was thinking of the Italian, but it was called Communion and Liberation.
It's so funny, like communion to me, when I think of that word, it is directly related to confession and sort of the rites, rites, of Catholicism, which are like to me, in my understanding, are sort of the core elements that create the systems of power that allow Catholicism to maintain itself. And you're saying that actually there's an opportunity to discuss these things in a way that is decentralizing of that power.
I would agree with that. I think I fell into a very unique group, and there was even a priest, a couple priests involved as well, and we would just meet in each other's homes. And especially The Religious Sense, I really almost wouldn't mind skimming that book again, because it did help reignite a bit of faith. I think the whole process did. I felt really cared about. I felt like people were really intentionally deconstructing. There was room for doubt. There was room to discuss doubt. It was really like a lovely time. And for me, it was interesting because I came into the church in a rather odd way. I think about this because there's a couple points where like, I use this word loosely, but it's the first word that came to mind, but like a phenomenon like occurred that changed my beliefs. Like if you notice, like both like the accidental receiving of the Eucharist in the hospital, and then also like this neurological event later with atheism. I don't know. For me, it's slightly interesting, probably because it's my lived experience. But in the hospital, I had requested Protestant communion because I hadn't been to church in quite some time. I'd gotten very sick. I'd gotten down to like 100 pounds. I was like struggling to walk. It was just a very difficult time in like 2009 for me. When of course, now as a skeptic, I don't know what I'm about to say, like I could maybe theorize, but when I received it, I felt this like fire cut through me. Like it just, maybe it was morphine, who knows? Maybe it was something else, but it didn't seem like it necessarily. It didn't really correlate with what I remember. And it just felt really transformative. And I started talking to my friend about it, and come to find out he had become atheist, but he was cradle Catholic. And because of like my experiences or my searching and getting really curious about that experience, he like reconverted back to the Catholic faith, or it was like a story that picked up momentum as I would share it like in Catholic circles, as I started going to mass and trying to like devour and discern what I thought. And then I did even come into my confirmation was outside Easter Vigil, which is a little unusual, but I got special permission from the bishop in our diocese. I'm pushy. I'm just a little odd pushy thing. And so I just kind of pushed my way in. But I don't know. I think too, was it more the effervescence? Was it more connecting with people in a way that I like ache to belong? Did I run away with a feeling and got swept up in it? And then it's almost like the polar opposite happened with this like neuro event later. It was the absence of all that. It was very, very painful, very dark, very scary. And I felt reticent to share with anyone but my therapist at first, or doctors or things. I don't know. But it's just, I don't know if that's interesting or helpful with other people in questioning, but it's what happened.
Vi, do you think your experience with nihilism contributes to your decision to like always doubt instead of reach certainty about God doesn't exist?
I mean, I think if I'm understanding the question, my first inclination is no, because I've still always doubted. I think that's why I kept changing. Like I kept changing different religions. But maybe ask the question again. I just want to make sure like I'm giving the right answer.
I think you did for sure, but I can. So maybe. Does your experience with nihilism contribute to your continuing doubting rather than coming to certainty about a God belief?
Or do you think it adds to the doubt? Actually, I feel that pretty deeply in my body because I've never felt, I don't know how to put this in words, which says a lot coming from me with how verbose I am.
It's okay to take a second and think about it.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Hazel. You ask such good questions.
You're so sweet. I'm just genuinely curious. You're a very interesting person to ask questions to.
That's really kind. I appreciate that. Sometimes I don't know if what I'm saying has a lot of relevance. It feels like often absurd, but I try to like hem myself in a little bit.
The relevance is that you're displaying critical thinking, in my opinion. I mean, I'm still learning it, but you seem to be trying. I think that's the point.
Thank you. I'm still thinking of your question, but like, I'll be honest, I feel pretty compelled to do so. Whether like I could get curious about why, like in a variety of directions, but it feels like for me, with my lived experience between chronic illness or certain things I've gone through, you know, I feel like I've lived certain lifetimes in a life, like, you know, married, divorced, just a variety of things, exploration. It just feels like it's survival for me. It feels like it's not optional. It doesn't feel like this privileged. I certainly have privilege. I want to quickly say that, like I do. To even just spend this much time getting lost in thought is a form of privilege, definitely. Or in this moment talking to all of you. But I just know some people where it just seems like it's more optional to, it's more an accessory to their life. And for me, it feels, that's why I think nihilism became so scary, as I realized what like a tether religion was, or spirituality, to my coping with the violence of life and people. And so I don't mean to get emotional, but I will say that's where I'm very, very grateful to genuinely to have found this live and Discord and be able to, it helps for me to make things relational. So to meet like atheists, that I've never had so many atheist friends, or friends from a variety of belief, that mix of community in one community. I've never experienced that, and it's helping me find a sense of grounding again. Because I think, as far as your question, which I still might be good for you to repeat if that's okay, but I was keeping it in mind. I just want to make sure I heard it correctly.
We lost Rav. Appreciate you, Rav. Hope you rest well. What was that, Hazel?
I just said bye, Rav. My question was, do you think your experience with nihilism contributes to your continuing doubting your belief in God rather than finding certainty?
The hard part to the nihilism was how much it gave me doubt in people too. I mean, I was already on that. I don't want to blame that all on nihilism. It was already like that path was well set prior in my life, but it just, I don't know. It was just such a strange experience to sit in my house and feel time pass differently and feel like a void. Like I had felt the void, or I was familiar with it when studying philosophy in college or a different thing, or like, but to feel it that way was, I mean, I also had been after a lot of trauma and a lot of pain and physical pain that was unusual for me, not my like usual chronic illness, but to no longer be like with a partner, like, you know, my husband, or it was just so overwhelming. I honestly, in some ways, I don't mean to be too dramatic, but I don't know exactly what was propelling me forward at that point. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. I really wouldn't. I think it's just hard to realize there's just sometimes there's not a rock bottom, or that's how it feels like to the human, like to the lived experience. I hope it's made me more empathetic. I've tried to, at least, like every time I've gone through something like that, to meet people with compassion, still hold them accountable, certainly. Not necessarily be permissive, like hold them accountable to, but even if it's somebody who causes like a lot of like anger or confusion, or it's difficult to like wrap my head around maybe what I'm getting met with. After just going through certain things, I just like anything is possible. It just expanded my understanding of what we can experience. I don't want to get too repetitive here. It's hard because I can get lost a little in like the not so distant. memory.
It's okay. There's a lot to think about as well.
Before we dive deeper into the meaning of I, if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We really are just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And I think we'll have a few more questions for you.
Yo, what are you questioning now that you are no longer questioning certain things?
Me? What am I questioning?
What are you questioning?
I mean, a lot of things. A whole lot of things. Morality.
What part of morality are you questioning? I don't often hear you question morality. Like,
Is morality? Like, what is it? And if determinism is true or anything like it, what is morality? What is its place?
have you come to any conclusions from these questions?
Not conclusions. Questions, though.
More questions?
It's usually how it works. Maybe we need a better banner question. Something more, what the fuck is God?
Yeah.
That's a bit more kicky. You know, it's got some kick to it.
What the fuck is God? He says all the time.
What the fuck is God? And God?
I don't know. God. I was told God is a square hole earlier, so I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no. Yeah. I don't understand that.
You can't.
We'll just have to wait to ask that person.
Exactly.
Hello, B. Good to see you.
Hello, Ba. If you have a better definition for God and you can question your beliefs and you know how to request up, please do so we can ask you questions. Like I've been doing with Vi and Thrayle over here.
Over here. Did you say over here?
I said over here.
Over here.
I liked the accent. Gave it some flair.
Exactly. Vi gets it.
It's just a question and beliefs over here.
He's just a question and beliefs over here.
For meeting the question of
No, you didn't do anything. I'm trying to move the board. I should be muted. Go ahead.
Okay. Before I was deconstructing God, which both of these things happened for me as a child. I was reading novels a little bit in elementary school. Certainly I didn't probably grasp them the same way as later on, but so I was starting to come into just themes and things from books. But what was hitting me harder, both from like my experience and books, etc., was love, actually. Like trying to understand what love meant more than God. I think they were like a little intertwined. And I like quickly learned it wasn't safe to like go to my parents and say, like, I don't feel loved. Like I don't feel like you love me, or trying to like, at least the way I remember it, it really was, there was confusion there. Like there was questioning, but I was met with a pretty harsh response. And that definitely did shake my belief in like people and God. It just felt like very confusing. So I know that might be specific to me, but for me, I don't know, I don't hear as often maybe the questioning of love. And some people say God is love, right? So I don't know. For me, it just like intertwines in a little bit.
I've never questioned love in my life. I think never.
Never.
Yeah. No, when I came here, Vi, that was one of the first things that I had a deep existential crisis about. And I determined that it's not real. So I don't know.
How did you determine that it's not real?
I determined that it's not real because it's just a feeling. It's not a magical, mystical being with powers that draws people together. That's a red string or three old ladies by a cauldron.
Why would it be anything other than the feeling?
I don't think it is. Why was I convinced of that? I don't know.
What more were you convinced that it was?
Some like faded experience of souls, probably.
Faded experience of souls. What do you believe in now as far as fate or free will?
Free will, I don't believe in. I never necessarily believed in free will. I think determinism is the most likely, but
Determinism.
I think it's the most likely, but I act as if I have agency because I have to.
What is the feeling? Well, let me rethink this question. What does the feeling you're describing now as love mean in determinism?
What does the feeling?
You had beliefs that it was fated, souls coming together by some cosmic weave or something, like they were meant to, right? And now it's the circumstances that happen leading to people feeling ways.
Yeah, it's not that different. Just like less puppeteering and more coincidence.
Coincidence?
Is it? Is it not?
How would you know?
How would I know? I mean, it's perceived coincidence to me. I can understand indeterminism. Yes, the choices that were made led the people involved in love to that point. So like, what? But it's a coincidence to me, from my perception.
Could you gain any other perception?
Always. I mean, I could try, I guess.
Hazel, you're saying you think it could be a coincidence?
What do you mean specifically?
Oh, maybe I misheard you. I thought I heard you say the word
I did say coincidence, but what is your question asking specifically of what is a coincidence? Like,
yeah, I was gonna have you like I was curious what your definition of like coincidence or like how you're using it.
coincidence would be something that happens by chance. Does it have to be probable? I don't know. If it's probable or improbable, I don't know if that matters.
That makes sense to me.
I'm glad, because I don't think I make sense to myself.
I can relate to that too. The nice thing about not being very fixed in my beliefs, I feel like, or having searched out like a variety of people, and I will say, like, I was interested in world religions. Like, I took anthropology and different courses like that when I was in college because I, at the time, was on track to be like an international studies major. I went to different faiths and places of worship to try to experience that. Like, I did go to like the Baha'i faith, or I got into almost maybe to an odd extent, I got pretty interested in Mormons, like the LDS, and like went to their word meaning. Not to convert, I'll be honest. I was even upfront with them. I didn't want to give a false impression. I just found it fascinating. I liked connecting to people that way through their beliefs, just on like face value, instead of like, I need this to become something, that I like only, and instead of like only interested in consuming, like only interested in participating or experiencing to consume and be transformed by somebody else's beliefs at time. I just wanted to experience it for how it was meaningful to somebody else. But to like round out my point, like I do feel like it's helped me be pretty flexible with like, I feel like I can understand you. I don't know. You're very easy for me to understand so far. I feel like at least like you're very personable and relatable, and I find the way you share, like I don't feel tense. It just feels easy to listen to you and enjoy what you have to say. But yeah, I do think it's made me a bit flexible to have that, like, I don't know if we could term that like insatiable curiosity or what, but might be a little bit like neurodivergence, like special interest maybe. I don't know.
I don't think I'm so bad at taking all of those compliments, but that's sweet of you to say all those things. That is nice. Thank you.
I do mean it.
I know you say everything you mean, and I love that about you. I think you are very genuine and curious and amazing. Thank you. Yeah. What, what have you learned thus far from this community that seems valuable? Because you value it. You seem to value it. So what have you learned thus far that seems valuable?
I have been picking up some more terms. That's been useful. I mean, some of it's pretty basic stuff, but it's nice to have it conversational versus trying to just absorb through like TikTok or books or things like that. I really did like what Rav had to say in regards to like what makes things potentially like internal, external, that sort of thing. I feel like this community is helping those like beliefs be less static because I wasn't sure I was on the right track. I just felt insane, truthfully. I just felt like brain damaged and insane, but I was trying to just like cope. It also felt potentially like the right track because I had been like questioning God for a while, but this community or even just like re-experience terms like cosmic nihilism or like the ship of Theseus or these different like concepts and listen to. I really am attracted to hearing people share what's meaningful and learning concepts through someone's like story and narrative. I just find passion like very attractive, depending, of course, but it helps. I maybe for me, I've never thought this. I don't think I've thought this before, but as I'm like answering your question or questioning, I feel like this one kind of gets me. I also know I'm just gonna say it, but I feel a bit sheepish maybe because I feel like maybe some of my experiences are not the norm, maybe, but I'm realizing maybe partially the reason I do this, where I really like to experience religion through people and their communities, is because like from an early age, I've also struggled with the concept of like, what is love a little too soon, right? Than what would be ideal as a child, and maybe feeling separate from humanity and community. And so maybe I'm trying to experience all of it at once in this sort of way, even where Rav was like, okay, in like 1 minute you've gone through quite a few, right? I'm paraphrasing, but I think it might be my way of trying to address all of it at once. I'm not sure because I haven't really thought of that before. And I feel like I have that in this community. Like, I feel like it's like a safe place to question and it's a place to belong. Which I'm wondering what's wrong with all of you, actually, that you're okay with that. Creating like a little refuge for me. It just feels unusual. It feels a little counter the culture I've experienced. So
You're not being
Well, as we determined last night, Thrayle is sus, so
Thrayle is sus. Thrayle is sus.
whatever the fuck that means.
it means you weave this like wreath of mystery around yourself. Anybody who has like that level of mystery is going to draw suspicion.
Yeah, honestly, you would probably want to be defined as sus. Like, it's kind of your vibe.
Agreed.
I guess I'll take it. I wonder if it'd be more sus to do it. Yeah. if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request up. If, of course, you can question your beliefs. We're not here for debating or arguing or telling you that you're sus. But if you can question, then we might have a few questions for you.
Thrayle.
Speak for yourself. I reserve the privilege to call people sus.
You're
Yes,
sus too,
Hazelnut.
Blake. Do morals reveal truth about reality?
Do you mean one reality, or is there room for multiple realities in that question?
I don't know that they reveal truth about reality. Perhaps they help you define a perspective on it.
One reality. The one we know we have. And I wonder, is that because morals can only be subjective?
As far as I can understand. I mean, really, to make morality, which is the determination of right and wrong about certain actions, no matter how you define it, really, as far as I understand, it's going to come back to some subjective stance of what right and wrong is, and why it's right and wrong.
Does subjectivity work within determinism? If we are meant to and obligated to do the things based on antecedents, are our thoughts not also a part of those processes? And therefore, is there subjective thought?
Fascinating. Are you saying because our thoughts are products of determinism, then they are therefore something objective?
They could be, maybe. I'm more so asking than determining myself. I'm questioning that for sure.
It's a good question.
I think I need to write that one down so I don't forget it.
Yeah, do it now.
Do you still listen to Mona and the Children sometimes?
I haven't listened to it in years. Probably since I was probably a teenager the last time I shared it with a friend and listened along. I might. Yeah, I still remember the chorus.
Besides poems, do you ever sing on the live?
I've never sang on this live. I have sang on other people's lives before. Normally I would just sing in the Discord. Who knows? Maybe I will do a song here one day.
Well, I'm glad I asked because that's great. I think it would be interesting. I love the poems. I love your writing, and I just love anything art or music based. And I think it does lend itself well to the questioning, and or at least it mimics some of my past experiences. Hazel, I did have a question for you, if that's all right.
Always.
If now's a good time, I'm realizing I maybe don't know your like origin story. What do I mean? Like, insofar as like beliefs or lack of beliefs, like your timeline or whatever you'd want to share.
I hope I can be as concise as you were. You're so eloquent when you speak about it. I was raised in a sort of mixed bag of Christian beliefs that was like Methodist, Presbyterian, kind of like Baptist things, I think. I never really paid attention and I never really believed in God. I questioned a lot. People never gave me answers that were sufficient. A lot of the times I just didn't believe in God. I had a lot of perceptions about what God was. I, in high school, tried really hard to believe in God. I went very devout a little bit due to certain experiences. And then after, I didn't really think about religion at all. And I kind of became more of a energy woo person. I turned to practices that I thought would manifest better realities for me. And then I fell into a live called the Batcolyte and got questioned by Kat and Thrayle, and had my beliefs questioned thoroughly. And I joined the Discord, and then I continued to question my beliefs and have existential crises on and off for months now. And it helps me a lot critically think. So I'm currently deconstructing a lot of beliefs that I was raised on and not realizing that they were beliefs that I was raised on and just relabeled into some energy woo. Does that answer? I think that answered.
No, that was fantastic. Say that last part again. You said about the energy woo, or it was repackaged. I don't know if I heard that right.
Just repackaged is a great term. Yeah, it was repackaged into energy and woo. Like my God beliefs. I didn't like the term God. I didn't like the Christian God from the experiences that I was raised on. And so the belief that I was raised that like God was love, though, so I kind of like repackaged that into energy and woo. But then I had some background knowledge of science, so I understood some things, but then I don't understand a lot, so I filled in gaps. I think that's another god that I had for a little bit, was a gap god. I don't know, I have a lot of gods in Thrayle's Shed, to be honest. I keep trying to pick them up.
They're all safe and cozy in the shed.
And non-existent, I know. There's plenty of room in the shed because they're not here.
One, I thought you said that really well, and I'm interested in the gap god, and I can relate with the repackaged beliefs, or like what I've seen in my like coven in regards to that. But I have to like laugh for a second about the shed, because why did my brain picture like me in the shed with the gods, like in a big cuddle pile with all the
Because
different
you're
gods.
Twitter pated by your
Right. I
Twitter
just
pated.
clearly I just want to be loved by not only everyone but like all the gods at the same time. It's ridiculous.
You're like, what if every single one of the gods loved me though?
But also, like, what if they did? I mean, doesn't that sound delicious? That sounds like a bit of fun. Can you imagine? Like, all the
That's
gods
definitely
cuddling you?
That's some sort of fantasy novel that has been written, I'm sure.
What about you, Thrayle? Would you want to be cuddled by all the gods, various religions at once?
I mean, I always say that the gods, once they're in the shed, they exist as much as they ever did. So I guess they can cuddle as much as they ever did.
But as far as the repackaged God belief into Woo, I brought at the time my girlfriend, like now my ex, to this coven. It was like her first experience of a coven. She enjoyed it. I mean, we don't do anything. I feel like some people think we must be doing like blood sacrifice or something incredibly intense, but we mostly, it's just a bunch of nerds nerding out, like eating, drinking, and questioning things, and doing a bit of a we would cast a circle in this witchy ritual, and try to like combine our energies and meditate thematic to whatever holiday we were celebrating, like Yule or Samhain or Beltane, that sort of thing. With like an altar in the center. I will say this one part I thought was really interesting. I would find this interesting to replicate like outside of something witchy, but we would pull on these strings. We would have all these strings tied together in the center of the circle. And the way we would communicate with each other as we were meditating to signal if we were ready to move on to like the next part in this casting circle meditation was to like pull on the string. And I don't know. For me, I just found that interesting, like an interesting way to connect to each other, kind of rambling a little bit. But yeah, I will say like her impression of this group of like academic types and nerds and like woo, like people who are into woo, was her very first comment was, "This really seems like a youth group. This seems like her experience of like youth, like it just seemed like a bunch," which it's, of course it was a lot of ex-Christians exploring what life now meant to them, deconstructed out of Christianity. And I just feel like that fit with your repackaged God kind of comment.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize I was doing that until long after I joined this community. Actually, it took a couple months of people like kind of questioning what I thought God was, because I had a very like specific view. So yeah, I don't know. It's good to question, as always.
I agree. I will say I saw in the comments someone said they celebrate Beltane. And I will say for me, like, I will continue to go back to this coven. I continued to do so even as I came into my most intense thoughts on nihilism or experience and of atheism. For me, it still feels worthwhile to participate in the rituals. I was already sort of getting in that headspace after Catholicism that maybe the community and the ritual, regardless of how firm a belief was in paganism or divination or certain things like that, maybe it was just more important to experience ritual with others, like to find that especially in the seasons, to like celebrate at certain points, it's very soothing. I will say it's something I definitely look forward to. I just realize I'm somebody who probably a little bit my lifestyle and different things with chronic illness, or I don't have a career in like the same way of like a 9 to 5 or a way to like really ground me. It's more sporadic than that. So a lot of my routines are sporadic depending on my health and how I'm feeling. I have to sometimes tackle a completely different set of issues day to day. On a really bad day, it can be like feels like hour to hour or nearly like that. So I think I do really seek like anchors, and that really is like part of my beliefs. That's probably something for me to keep an eye on as I try to like ask myself more questions.
I love questions. Thrayle, I have another question. Okay. If all perspectives are products of causation, how do we distinguish wisdom from conditioning?
I mean, it's a heavy question, Hazelnut. How do we distinguish wisdom from conditioning?
If
Efficacy, I assume. Wisdom would be efficacious, perhaps. Conditioning would just be, right? How would we, I guess we would have to try to determine.
the value of things, maybe? It all goes back
I
to
don't know if that would actually interested and certain of wanting to participate in the exercise. Somebody who had taken a moment.
Surprisingly to all. Yeah.
and you questioned. And you questioned me. And you questioned the process. You questioned what was going on. You stayed and watched. You learned. You listened. And I observed that. And I recognized that perhaps I was a little, maybe a little too curt with you the first time we met. So I do apologize for that.
Oh, you're fine. That's very kind of you. And I don't
Maybe
feel like
child was a little too far.
I don't think so. I'm actually quite playful, and I doubt like everything I threw back was gold. Let's be honest. I can be that way. I even hesitate to look and see what I said. So it still might have been like appropriate enough. I can like say that without any difficulty. I kind of love being.
I believe in myself. I believe that we are all part of one source. Therefore, I do believe that God is within us. I don't believe in religion. I never have. I think I've dabbled in it, but I found that I didn't really agree. So the God would be the God in myself and the God in other people. I believe in humanity, which is probably, yeah.
Well, you believe is it a God? Or is it just...
Well, I don't, yeah, that's a good question.
I'm a little lost here.
Me too.
So there's a God that created things, and you experienced that this God created things because you're feeling guided.
Yeah. By the experiences I've been experiencing.
So
And
you're guided by experiences.
well, I know that there is a higher power due to the experiences I've been experiencing, due to the events that I've been experiencing.
How does that become a knowledge that there is a higher power?
Well, if I tried to, I question everything, and there came a point where I had to just surrender to what is happening. Otherwise, I'm just gaslighting myself, and I'm no longer going to do that to myself. So I've followed the guidance that I've been getting, and I've gotten myself out of all sorts of situations that have been happening to me. Like I ended up in, I had my child taken from me in December by the dad unreasonably. Now I could have fought that, which would have been my typical way of doing things, is fighting, chaos against chaos. I instead took it, I was guided to sit back and observe. I mean, these are the words I'm using. If I'm not sure how to interpret it.
I'm just trying to understand how this
run my emotions, being able to control my nervous system, being able to respond and not react. Now, if you met me a year ago, this is how I can see the difference, is because a year ago I wasn't like this, and the work that I've managed to put into myself in the past year, I think it's not a normal, how I am now. I've not met anyone else out there that hasn't. I just haven't met a person yet. So I do see it to be quite extraordinary. So the guidance for me comes from synchronicities. It comes from my own.
Yeah, it sounds to me like, Tui, the more I hear you speak on this is an absolutely unquestionable belief. You cannot question it. You're not interested in understanding deeper.
It's a knowing, yeah.
Alternative. Yeah, there's no questioning this whatsoever, is there? You have an
There's no questioning what's happening to me at all, because it's my knowing.
So you would never question your own knowing, your own assumptions.
I do. That's why that's probably one of my biggest assets, is the fact that I question myself. I think about my thinking.
But we just covered how you don't question this. So how are you saying it's a big asset that you question yourself when you absolutely have no question whatsoever? There's no questioning your knowing whatsoever.
Well, I suppose no. How I get to knowing is by questioning myself, but by questioning it and so
to know by questioning. So through questioning, you come to absolute knowledge.
Yeah. So
What
I usually
knowledge do you come to?
And I find the middle closest to the truth in how I would say, for me, the middle ground is what
to the truth.
To what the truth is, yeah.
If it's the middle ground between logic and spirituality,
it's neutral.
And it's the
yeah.
closest to the truth. Does that mean that one of those is more truth than the other? Or neither of them are?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've never thought about it like that. I would say I just question it to a point where I feel comfortable with where my life's going in a positive direction.
So it's where you feel comfortable.
Yeah.
So questioning ends at comfort.
Yeah. Ends at a relaxed nervous system.
So once you've found something comfortable, then there's no reason to question anything at all.
Until something comes up that makes me think again, you know? Like this, like what you're doing, I think it's great. You questioning me because this is what I needed. Nothing is set in stone. I'm very open and flexible.
That my existence here is part of the synchronicity that you're experiencing. That
yes,
questioning your belief and seeing that you can't question your belief, that you're closed-minded to it, is part of your synchronicity.
I'm not closed-minded to anything. The only reality I care about is my own. The only reality I care about is my own. I allow
reality. What does that mean? Is it? I don't want to say that like it's a diagnosis, but is it not a sort of X in which?
Because I always find it interesting to talk and listen to other people's perspectives about what's going on, because I believe that everyone that anything that works for a person is the truth for them. It doesn't matter if you're...
So you came up to talk about your perspective.
I actually came up to listen and join in.
I thought the listening happened down there.
Well, I also I don't know. I can leave if you like. I don't mind.
Well, I'm not trying to force
it's upsetting
you.
you.
I'm just curious if you're not really...
I can question my beliefs. I won't question my knowing. There's a difference.
Well, how is it that you have delineated the two? What is the difference between
knowing and believing?
Belief for you? Oh, I feel like we didn't need a Google. I meant because you were using the words. What do they mean to you? But I guess if we're gonna wait for you to Google it, you probably don't know that we can't hear you while you're Googling. So all the stuff you're doing off the screen right now.
Not Googling anything. Sorry, I didn't realize. I'm not Googling anything.
What was the difference? It's fine if you were. I'm actually looking for your understanding, not your knowledge, if that makes sense. I'm not looking to see if you can recite a dictionary definition or anything. But I'm curious what the difference to you between belief and knowledge is.
Knowing is when I feel certain, like there's no,
Feeling certain.
no, knowing is certainty, belief leaves room for doubt.
So you're saying that a person, if they feel certain, knows something that cannot be questioned. They know it.
Yeah. Yes, I do.
And that when they feel certain in that knowing, is it always right? That goes, you can't be certain about something that you are wrong about.
But who's it wrong to?
Reality.
Because if it's, that's what I mean.
Reality. The reality that, like, in which, humans need oxygen to breathe, and gravity is what keeps the Earth orbiting.
I know. You see, you've really helped me. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have requested up, because what you've actually allowed me to see is that I am very certain about my reality and my life and where I'm going. And
Right.
Thank you for showing me that.
Fascinating. Well, I'm going to go ahead and set you down, Tui. That's really tragic about your life and these that aren't continuing the conversation. Extremely awkward, Quantum. It's unfortunate that a mind can be so closed. Right. It's kind of like it's.
I heard the last one. I'm sorry.
I could tell right away they weren't going to question anything, that they had no ability to, no interest in it. I didn't quite expect thanking me for helping them see how certain they are. It's one more feature of the Batcolyte. We can help you see just how closed your mind really is. And if that's something you're looking forward to, then happy day. Sorry, I overtalked you.
You're fine.
Morning, my dude.
Morning. This is the first time I've heard Bone Bro.
No, it's
I
not.
like it. Hi, by the way. I'm Violet, or Vi.
Oh, you have not met Violet. Uh-oh.
Oh,
No.
She met Rav earlier. That was fun.
Oh, I missed that. Oh, no.
I think Rav liked me. No?
He had a lot of questions.
Does he not usually have a lot of questions?
Yes.
Okay. I figured he would. He's a rabbi, right? Like, don't think.
You would think so. Think so? You can tell. You can tell.
I can tell what?
You can tell when Rav is engaged with what you're saying.
Yeah, he was. He had a lot of questions.
Okay, I thought he was. Believe it or not, I can't always tell. There was one moment where Hazel said something with sarcasm, and until, like, I just waited, and until she said, like, before, she made it obvious, I couldn't tell. Like, I was taking it at face value. I will confess.
I screwed up with the gift goal and let it sit for a while. I have no idea how long it did. But thank you, Heather's Descent, All Religious Rejects, Kate, Quantum, Real Truth, and Hazelnut. Thank y'all so much for helping with the goal. You're all amazing, and most of you are likely asleep. Except Quantum, I see you. We have another request. I don't know if they're still there. I made.
You heard. I think we got about 2 questions in before we derailed.
I actually don't even remember this, Morgan. So I was curious where I was going to go. Or I didn't remember it as like an active form of questioning.
It was not at all.
I wouldn't mind questioning you, but
I'm happy to answer whatever questions you got.
I will certainly do my best. Maybe this live has heard everyone's like origin story. I don't know if that makes it too repetitive to ask if I'm a fresh set of ears, but
no, not at all.
I don't think I know that in regards to yourself.
I mean, so when a mommy and a daddy love each other very much, that no.
What's that like, by the way?
I don't know.
When a mommy LaFay and a daddy LaFay love each other very, very much.
My journey here
about the ether,
yes,
or you would prefer that?
One.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like I said, I really like to meet people with what they want to discuss. So,
let me put this in a little bit perspective for you. So, I was in military intelligence for 10 years. So I don't answer questions I'm not asked.
I see. Interesting. What I'm still interested in your beliefs on God or
Sure.
lack thereof. Actually, let's go ahead and just start there, if that's okay.
If I were to assign more specific terms, I would call myself a non-theistic metatheist. Essentially what that means is I don't claim that there is a God or there isn't a God, and quite frankly, I don't care. I'm more curious about why God keeps filling the gaps.
Filling the gaps
Mm-hmm.
of your life?
No, just generally. I have never really held a belief in a deity. I thought I did when I was younger. I grew up going to a Lutheran church with my great-grandmother for the first 6 years of my life. And what I thought was like belief and faith and like knowing God and whatnot. You know, what a 6-year-old can really understand about any of that. That it wasn't any kind of like external power or, you know, anything like that. It was quite literally just the community and the acceptance and understanding that my great-grandmother modeled to me was what I felt when I went to church and I sang and I did all of the activities. And because when so I guess I was technically raised in like a secular Christian household, sort of. My father's side is Roman Catholic. I didn't have a whole lot of contact with him until I was older. So while I know a lot of things about Lutheran and Catholic practices, I never really had to actually deconstruct anything, sort of. Most of my deconstruction actually occurred live here on this very live.
I believe that, definitely.
But yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at.
That's very helpful. Thank you for sharing. I can definitely relate to realizing that the various the religion that I was raised in childhood or the ones that I started choosing for myself were very driven by community.
Absolutely. And that's what I found as well, is once we stopped going to church and, you know, I'm getting into my teenage years and all rebellious and whatnot, and I was like, fuck the church, puff. Fuck Jesus, blah, 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 whatever. Started with Wicca, because let's be real, Catholicism is just paganism light. And Lutheranism is just Catholicism light.
That's a good joke. I like that.
But yeah. There's a lot of problematic things in regards to the founder and how the information he obtained was obtained and the things that he did and said to people that he was involved in, and it's not good. And the reason I say it was stupid is because I went into it not knowing any of that. And just immediately dedicated myself to practicing something I had zero understanding about. You know, I'm a big reader. I'm a seeker of knowledge and understanding and whatever the fuck else truth is supposed to be or something. I don't even think it's truth anyways. My point here is informed. I could have found what I needed or what I was looking for a lot faster, and not in the sense that, you know, you have to find something quickly in order to whatever. Anyways, train left the station. Next question.
No, I liked it. I getting like maybe like a composite picture of belief and personality and maybe like motivations and two, just like seeing especially the relational part. Like my grandmother played, I don't know if yours did. You mentioned your grandma with the Lutheran church, and like I don't know if she like played a large role.
Yeah, my mom and I lived with her for the first 6 years of my life.
There was something too you said. It might have been just part of like a statement. No, but it was something about, you said something about truth. It wasn't maybe what you were even, it was in relation to Wicca. Do you remember that?
Talking about knowledge, understanding, truth.
And that you're not sure it was even what you were seeking or something like that. Was that just like more to the point of the community, or also you were young? Like I don't know, you were talking about all the way.
I just had myself on it.
It sounds like a lot of perfectionism, which, it's too bad I can't think in this exact moment.
It's okay.
I know he plays soft. I'm glad that just like that alone you were reassuring. She's like, she can't think. I'm gonna let her know it's okay. No, that was so sweet.
I mean, there have been so many times, and both Thrayle and Heretical can attest to this, where my brain just stops, and I cannot produce.
I needed to hear that. Just like a variety of things, or just maybe emotions or whatever. I won't pin everything on medical, but it does play, I think, a role depending. But no, I was thinking, I know he plays softball. I remember that. I was talking to somebody in the Discord. That's the only detail I remember. But he called me on my perfectionism without me bringing it up. So, like, you're in safe company here. I have some of the same difficulty. I feel like now I can kind of chameleon and hide it. It doesn't seem maybe like I struggle so much with perfectionism with my like.
Great thing about perfectionism is you really aren't struggling as much as you are with it, and here's why. Because if you just asked for help, and because I struggle with this too, if you just asked for help, you wouldn't stress yourself out so much.
With seeking perfectionism, and so that's probably why then I sought that instead.
Yep.
sounds like you can relate. I did want to say, I don't want to totally derail from what you were sharing, but is there more? Did we like leave off where you're 13 and Wicca and like perhaps a bit more?
I mean, nothing wildly crazy. I mean, I was practicing Wiccan probably up until I had my son. Or ritualized practice. But obviously, with a newborn, you don't really fucking focus on that kind of shit. So, like, I mean, I would still read. I would still, celebrate holidays, and but it never. It felt like I was like, why the fuck? Why am I doing all this? What is why? Why am I doing all of this? What is this doing that this didn't do for me when I was doing it in Lutheranism or Catholicism or anything like that? And that's when I, really started to like get into the pieces that is like, well, okay, well, why did you include that candle? Okay, why is that candle important? That candle's red, all right? Why is red important? Where did the importance of red come from? And I basically Socratically questioned myself.
I can relate to that. Nihilism. I've only been pretty brief.
I've had my fair shares of nihilism.
Oh, have you? Talk me through it. Give me hope, maybe. I don't know.
It's nihilism.
A negative. It's not ever been the way I've framed it in my mind. I could say like a series of words, like scary, things like that. And I wouldn't inherently assume that's a negative for me. I just try to get to a place of accepting that is the case. And certainly get curious about the why or with it versus the why of it. I think sometimes that's like a triage instinct for me to not die. Just in all honesty, but now things have settled down, certainly more than they were last June, or different intervals. So I think it's worthy. I think that I hope it's okay to kind of expound on your question of like, do I think of it as a negative? But I still feel a little intimidated. I'm glad I met all of you to have support, in questioning that, because it genuinely does scare me a bit.
You want to know what's really cool?
What?
We're all scared.
No, don't tell me that. No, I have to like keep you separate from that fear. No, I'm teasing. It's okay. No, I don't know. I think I was making a joke, but I guess maybe is there some truth in my joke to myself? That's probably a little I need to save myself. Like I know I need to have accountability and responsibility to taking care of myself and rescuing myself. But I guess I think potentially I still want to be rescued, just as at least like an instinct. I think that's normal. Oh, fuck. Oh, is that okay to... Yeah, it is okay to curse. I forgot for a second. Yeah, okay. That might be it. part of it. I'll own that. Well, it's nice to matter. It depends, right? I guess I did experience being of importance to the wrong mattering to the wrong people. Ask her the question again.
I don't remember the phrasing at all.
Oh shoot. Or just the gist is fine. That's my bad.
Nope, you're good. Brain's blank.
No, you're good. I get like that too. That's
Chronic
interesting.
pain.
I think it is like matter, like being rescued. Right. Chronic pain is awful. I really sympathize on that. I think it is wanting to matter, true, just like period, or to the person doing the rescuing. But then I think it's this. I'm still owning that this is a bit of a fantasy. I don't know if stasis is the right word, or just like stability, security, like right, and the ideal. And then that would help me pursue things that I might want, that I struggle here. I don't know if this is of interest, but I think it's something like that. So it was just a lot. Like for me, it was just like, I think maybe a circle to like deconstruct out of like God or false beliefs around even people. I think that's where nihilism feels scary, because it's like, well, what's coming after that? Like, I can't. It's
Doesn't
not.
matter.
I guess, but I hope it doesn't get worse. Like, I don't know. Like, it feels like each iteration has become more depressing. I mean, I am a couple of years away from middle age. Maybe this is somewhat common. It's not that I think I'm so uncommon. I'm just one version of, I feel like, a human's journey.
We have a new guest joining us, Mac. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, we met before many times. I'm 39.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
No, yes and no.
No and yes and no.
Yeah, I don't know. Not like a traditional belief in a god or a high power, but is
to believe. Why do you want to believe there's something higher? And when you say higher, what do you mean by that?
I mean, like a higher power than me as something that's like the nihilism we were just talking about, or you folks were just talking about. Everything must have a reason in some way, and that's why I want to believe that there is a reason for everything, even though I know there is not. So nothing is nothing, everything is everything, everything is nothing, and nothing is everything. So that it's not, there's no, it's maybe human, or I don't know what it is to be that arrogant to think that there is a reason for all of us. But I hope there is, if that answers your question in a very vague way.
You hope there is, but you know in a way there is not. It's an interesting phrase. Why do you hope that there is?
Well, the same thing that is the form of arrogance that wants to believe that I'm here for a reason, even though I'm not. So that's why I want to.
What reason would you hope?
I think we got the answer for that through the conversation before from the same lady, or meaning and purpose. What's life without meaning?
And do you feel that there should be some, or that you want for there to be some specific meaning?
Yeah, my mind says, well, that's a difficult question. No, I don't think there should. Everybody has a purpose, and it has an effect. Yeah, that's a fear. So you're living. Some people are ending up in a very nice way, and some people are ending their lives in a not so nice way. Even though I don't have any control over it, I have maybe a hope or a belief or an instinct. Well, we talked about this before, and this is the revelation that I have of acknowledging that I'm slowly dying as everybody else, and have the instinct to like save myself in a way that I'm going out on my own terms in a good way. And that's what I talked about before, like the reset button. So yeah, that's that I'm hoping that I'm doing something right, so I receive something right in the end.
Do you hold some kind of a belief in karma or a balance?
Yeah, I do. I don't really know about karma. Karma is like a very difficult thing to understand or to. I don't really know about that, but balance is basically karma in a. Well, but where are you from? You have a very difficult writing in your name.
Oh, I'm Armenian.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm Armenian.
Armenian. Ah.
Armenian. Yeah.
Huh. Well, nice to meet you. You have very good questions.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you too. So, let's back up for a minute. With everything that we kind of went over and, we kind of laid it out on the table.
Yes.
Can I ask the question I asked you originally in the beginning?
Of course.
So, do you place value on things? Whether it's your time, your energy, or objects that you have, or objects that you work towards?
Yes. In a way, I do. I have said that some with a lock of hair. That's an object in a way.
Yeah.
And I like emotional value.
Yeah.
But cars, chairs, or tables, TVs, no.
Do you think you might value those things, just not in the same way or even the scale would be a lot different.
I think you're asking the question if I appreciate comfort. Well, yes, of course I do, but not really. You know, I had an interesting life. I did many things in my life, and I was homeless for a while by choosing. And you appreciate things more because you don't have it. And then I learned you don't need that much. And I lived in it 100 years later. So I thought they put a lot of work in it and they died, and now I can enjoy it. So to put it in perspective, why do I want to have things I can't take with me? If you die, you have nothing.
Yeah.
So why do you want things?
Yeah.
Objects. That's my question to you. Why do people want those things?
I think that's a wonderful question for Durga.
Yeah, I think we get to enjoy these things. There's a quote that I heard a while back, and I like the idea of it is we don't get to own the objects that we buy or inherit. We just get to be people who take care of these things until they're no longer ours anymore. And we pass it on to the next person who gets to enjoy these things and take care of them.
So may I ask you this? If you sit in a chair that was there before you were born, and it's gonna be there after you, well, leave this earth, was it ever yours?
There was a time where I was the caretaker for it.
Did you own it? Did you use it?
Used it, yes. Did I own it? Important. So,
Do you own your Mercedes?
On paper, I own these things. Yeah. But ultimately, like, I do think that the cars that I have are in some way, shape, or form bigger than I am. That I do get to just take care of these things, and eventually they're going to end up in other people's hands who will get to enjoy them and work on them and hopefully take care of them, and hopefully they don't end up in the
You hope they're gonna be treating well or rightfully in the time you're not here anymore?
Well, I think go down it. For me, it's Yeah, and I'll try to make it real quick because I don't feel like everybody needs like a lesson in this, and a lot of people don't care, and that's perfectly fine. But Carl Benz was the inventor of the gasoline automobile. From there, a lot of great things have happened through innovation and design and all this stuff. And eventually, we end up at a person named Bruno Sacco, who worked for Mercedes, who designed Mercedes, who was an engineer for them, who designed the Mercedes cars that we have from like the 80s and 90s. And I think the perfection idea that he placed on these cars, that were just so far ahead of their time with the amount of time and energy and money that was spent on the research and development for these things. I think this was like the peak of like Mercedes engineering. So a lot of the cars that I have are going to be 90s Mercedes. So there's me as a mechanical engineer. I just see the value in that from the design aspect and the precision of these.
Enjoy these things, and I think that I believe that's very important, that we accept that we can enjoy things even though we don't own them, as in a way that we just it's an object we possess. That's my opinion. But I have one question. Did you ever value your cars? Because you sound like a mechanical engineer. You probably have a good life, and you said multiple cars, so probably rich. So kudos. Did you ever value one of your cars over the life of
it would be okay. I think I would survive.
You think, or you know?
Well, it's really hard to be able to say that I would be able to do something in a scenario when you've never been in it. And from my personal experiences in my life, I have been surprised with my with the actions that I've taken based off of something happening where I thought I would have done otherwise.
Right.
So, without getting into detail, because it's not nobody's business, but there was a time where, like, I held to, like, maybe because I was younger or naive or something, but I thought that, like, if this scenario ever happened, this is what I would do. And when that thing actually did happen in real life, I did the complete opposite of that. And that was a moment where I had to come to a realization that I don't know myself as well as I think I do. So for me to be able to say that,
right, and now it's thank you for answering, by the way. And now it's going to be a little bit personal. I hope you don't get offended by this, but do you shape yourself by the things you possess, the objects you are having? You
understand what you're saying.
So,
or are you saying those things? Am I the things that I own?
In a way, yeah. Do you believe that you are the same person with those things? And without those things?
Yeah, I am. I'm these things don't make that is not what I'm just a person. I'm just this guy.
That's a great answer. Upbringing or childhood.
Well, my parents came from coming from Armenia in the late 80s. We had just left out of like this whole idea of like what the Soviet Union was, which my parents lived through their whole life. We came to the States. I did go to bed sometimes hungry. And, you know, everything that we have now, like we've kind of worked for. To experience some of the things that, I think those experiences do shape us into who we are, and you know, perspective is important.
Do you like who you are today?
No, but I have to learn to live with myself. You brought up redemption. You're working for, and what do you feel like you're working from? Probably the same question that I would be asking myself. And I know the answers to those things, and there are some people here that know me well enough to know those things too.
Right.
But it's not things that I would bring up on this panel.
No, it's private. I understand.
Because, yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you for just. It's just that you piqued my interest, and I want to learn, because I have the same vision that you have. I want to create a better life for my child that I had, even though it turned out perfectly fine, and I learned a lot from my life and my upbringing, and there was a lot of difficulty, and so I start to wonder or question in a way your child, giving him an easy upbringing, like an easy childhood, because I didn't have one, and I learned a lot. So maybe we learn from mistakes, suffering, faults. I don't know, life in general. Um, so, is it the right thing to do as a parent to make life easy for your child, or is it maybe better to let them go free and experience life as it is?
We're kind of getting off into far, far, far from the God questions and the free will and the determinism that you were questioning.
You try to reel it back in, bro.
Basically, to make a